Alright, welcome in everyone. I hope you are all doing well today. Today, my jumbled schedule for this week continues to be jumbled because this game was supposed to be tomorrow, but now it's today and Stardew's tomorrow because I now have a meeting tomorrow afternoon and I didn't want to have to cut this stream short, so we're doing this game today and Stardew tomorrow. But yeah, I'm also slightly sleepy this morning, which is not helpful. One of those weeks where it's like I have a lot going on, but it's good stuff, but there's a lot of it, and I'm just like tired. But today should be a nice, relaxing stream, so it should be fun. And we're just gonna dive right in because I absolutely adore this game and I want to see what happens next. So we're just gonna jump right in. So we're on step 2. So the characters are like, what are they, 13? So let's jump in. Ooh, we're going shopping for cool stuff. Okay. I know it's just that they're close in the frame, but those flippers look absolutely ginormous. Anyways, I'm already getting distracted. Okay. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. Oh, he has a surf shop. That makes sense. Or like a scuba shop. A water sports shop. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Yeah, scuba shop. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shops had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole... Wow. You finally stopped and looked at the whole room. Seems weird that would be the first time. I'm going to say it wasn't often that you tagged along to hang out at the shop. You preferred it that way. It meant there was always something new to look at, even if it was just a layout change. We'll say we're in good spirits. It was a pleasant surprise. Isn't a shop made for a fun afternoon? Just the other day, Cove was telling you about the new wetsuits, and now you got to check them out. Lee was still busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you... Oh, wow. So you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. Wow, my mouth is not awake yet. You were able to pick up the topic quickly.
Anyway...
My dad told me that the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material was this... Oh. I can read. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less... Neoprene? Neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. Can't resist teasing the boy. That's almost tempting, but... I don't know. Do we just listen? Do we join in? Let's... What do I feel like doing? Oh, let's join in the conversation. Those wetsuits with the bright colors are probably popular too. I haven't seen many with that style in other places.
Right?
Right? I like those ones.
Maybe.
Some of them might be too bright. I don't think the point of scuba diving is to draw a lot of attention to yourself. Maybe people just wear them on the beach. Standing out would help there. Your family could always spot you. Ove smiled at Derek's positivity. But really, there's just so much to think about with the business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Ove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too.
I gotcha.
Cool. The business side, running it, that's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement, and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. When your dads retire, do you guys think you're gonna carry on the store? Both sons shrug in unison.
Well,
there's a ton of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Ove's gaze fell on the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a lot, being the real boss of something and totally in charge. I'm going to be generically supportive. No matter what you both do, shop or not, you'll be amazing. Derek smiled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, June. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Welcome in, random person 1939. I can read. How you doing? Welcome in. We are having a chill stream today. Feel free to chat, feel free to lurk, whatever you want to do. Sorry kids, but it looks like... Wow. It looks like I can't read. Okay. Sorry kids, it looks like it's going to be a long one. I know usually others hold down the fort, but I really need to stay here today. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring to get stuck all day because of me. Kira can take my car and go back. Kira can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. One the only math person. Math is fun. Well, I like math when there are more letters than numbers. I don't like doing like basic addition and subtraction. I'm weird like that. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. What's the slope of an undefined line? What's 6 squared? Okay, my brain is not awake enough for math at the moment, but I do like math. Although I'm also probably rusty. I haven't done like proper mathematics work in a while. Kira laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
Okay.
That's alright, sir. The title Sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kira elbowed him teasingly.
What do you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
That's fine with me. Just please come back eventually. Sometime today, Kira. Thank you for your participation. Have a good day. Good night. This has been 5-minute math. That was fun. And yes, thank you for the 5-minute math. Okay. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. I could totally see that happening. They probably did do that. For you, my good sir, I swear, cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a 50 bill to Kira. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kira smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation.
Thank you.
Cliff's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with... Wow, my reading brain has not woken up this morning. Let's try that again. Ko's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with the free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into the work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Okay, everyone just saying bye. Goodbye, sirs and madams. He left the room with a wink and flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kira silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has them all.
Yeah!
Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. It might be possible to find a mall out here. We'll be kind of neutral. I'm not opposed to mall days, but I'm not necessarily super excited either. A trip to the mall had never failed you. You nodded, deciding that today was going to be alright. She quickly herded the group out of the store and into the car.
Cove.
As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. Decide to stick up for Cove? I feel like this isn't really... Do we stick up for Cove or are we fine with it? What to say we're fine with it. We don't need to make it a bigger deal than it already is. You got shotgun in your own car a lot. It made sense that he got priority here. I'll take the middle seat. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Are you cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed into the car, buckling in, and Kira turned on the radio. She set it to a top 40s pop station. I'll be honest, I'm not really into pop music. I just don't listen to it. But I'm not gonna ask the radio to be changed, so it's just eh. Browning, you thought the music could be better, but you also felt like the car ride wouldn't be too long, so you tried to focus on other things like the view out the window. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost. But after driving in enough circles, Kira's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee Or there were more. Wow, I can read this morning. Okay. There were more cheers from Lee as Kira pulled into the parking lot. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what the mall actually had. Where should we go? I think I see a makeup store ahead. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait, we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes. At a jewelry shop? I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Nice.
We've also got... Wow, okay, we've also got to at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. Should have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Oh, where do you want to go, Cove? Oh, can we go to the camping and outdoor supply shop? Yes, I like the way you think, Cove. So far, that's the best suggestion.
So...
What about you? Okay, what have we got? Ooh, there's a bookstore. Oh no. Okay, we have to go to the bookstore first. And the camping and outdoor store. Oh, art supply store? Oh, the pet store. I think that's pretty good. So we have bookstore, outdoor store, pet store. Yeah. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy them all without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo! Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kira walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. I can't believe she just did that.
Woo!
This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. We'll do feel unsure. Because, I mean, it is just a mall. And they're technically old enough, but it's like 13. Unsupervised 13-year-old kids in a mall. In theory, it should be fine. Is it me, or does it feel weird to be at the mall without a parent there? My moms wouldn't have done this. It's not just you.
Trust me.
It'll be okay, we're here together. And she's not gone for real, she'll be somewhere around. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his early enthusiasm for the trip. So, where are we going first? Time's a-wastin'. Whatever's closest. Good thinking, Cove. I like that logic. Things were coming together, but you realized there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong? Did everybody bring money with them?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Always have some on me when I'm coming all the way out here. I'm gonna bring the money. I mean, we did go to a store. Immediately you felt bad about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about it. Oh, I can read. Immediately you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went to a bookstore, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing a small booth. It was decorated wind chimes of various sizes. Ooh. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop. Wow. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. Ooh, want to buy one but for someone else? Yeah, let's buy one for Cove. That could be cute. It caught your attention, though it was because it might make a nice gift. You wonder if Lee was planning on becoming a wind chime salesperson since she kept pushing it. I have one like this at home, and it makes the prettiest sound. Fishing your money out, you make a decision on what to buy. Definitely one for myself and one for Cove, because I do kind of want one too. Can I get these two, please? Now, why would you need 2 wind chimes? You rolled your eyes at her teasing tone, but you couldn't hide the smile growing on your own face as Lee broke out into laughter. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped your purchase up and handed it back to you in a bag. You accepted and then raced off with Lee to catch up to the other boys. I feel like part of my problem with reading today, at least, is my writer brain keeps kicking in and just kind of keeps like writing the end of the sentence instead of reading the words that are actually there, which I suppose makes sense. That's a challenge of being a writer. Anywho. Okay. For Cove, you have picked out a beautiful wind chime that had a dolphin. Ooh, crystal strands. Nah, definitely dolphin. You had a feeling he'd appreciate that. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourselves walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on a smoothie kiosk head. Ooh, smoothies. Should we stop? I mean, it's hard to say no to smoothies. Especially if Gove wants a smoothie. As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying? That's not even a word. Dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there, do you need the rundown of how this works? Yes, please. Okay, first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit or berries. Then I'll add the ice and the store's special smoothie base mix, and then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. There's only one size. Okay. Cove leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut. Nice, classic, but with a twist. I appreciate that. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango?
Thanks!
I like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine. The shopkeeper looked at you. Obviously I want a smoothie. I want... Ooh, pineapple. Let's do... Pineapple, peach, and Pineapple, peach, and strawberry. That sounds good. Like, seriously though, I want to eat this like right now. It sounds very tasty. At that, everyone went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. He waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready.
Aw.
This is gonna be good. Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cups, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango is too delicious. I'll be honest, I'm kind of meh about mango. I don't dislike it, but I don't really care for it either. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. We were very happy. Yes, this is perfect. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. Yeah. Okay, I do want to try Cove smoothie because this sounded pretty good. I'm curious. I don't care about the others. Cove, could I have a drink of yours? At that, Cove accidentally. Oh no, sorry, Cove. At that, Cove accidentally inhaled as he was drinking. His face was burning red from embarrassment and from the coughing that shook him. Dude, are you okay? Derek gave Cove a few pats on the back. His hacking was only starting to slow. I bet it ended up going the wrong way. It sucks when that happens. Lee elbowed you teasingly. The moment she got your attention, she started laughing and gesturing between you and Cove. Moments later, Cove was finally able to breathe normally. He wiped his mouth with his free hand. His gaze locked onto the floor as he nervously started chewing on his straw. You could tell he was torn. He didn't seem to want to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to say yes either. Yeah, I was probably kind of mean to ask for a drink, but at the same time, I'm just really curious on what it tastes like. Derek couldn't watch the scene anymore. Drinking his own smoothie, he pretended to be fascinated by the displays in the stores your group was passing by. Lee hadn't stopped looking over you two. You could tell she was living for every bit of this situation. Cove's unhappy stare went from Lee to Derek, all while still shyly sipping his smoothie. You wonder if he was trying to will them to intervene. No. Feeling his stare, Derek peeked back towards Cove. The only response he offered was an understanding sigh. We're gonna reassure him. You don't have to stress over it. I don't want it to be a big deal. In a defeated sigh, Cove delicately moved the hand holding his drink towards you. He invited you to proceed with his eyes. Yay! I can taste it. Leaning in, you took a sip. It was an especially sweet combination. Thanks. He nodded and brought his smoothie back close to his body, but he didn't start drinking again.
You're welcome.
I was satisfied with that. The other ones didn't sound that good. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. Oh, it's a little righty things! The center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated, ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling from ear to ear. Derek, what are you doing? You're a little old to be playing on those. I want to ride, I knew it. I think we might be too big.
No way!
No way. We're not that old yet. I mean, to be honest, Derek looks like he might still be able to fit. Maybe. Although, I've also, I suppose, seen like adults cram themselves on those, so he's probably fine. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. You thought his idea was childish. I mean, it is kinda. Those are definitely for little kids. You crossed your arms and gave Derek a skeptical look. You figured that even if you could fit on it, that the entire experience would be embarrassing. Oh, come on, have some fun. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. Leah leaned in close to you and whispered playfully while pointing directly at the sole machine made for a pair. You should ride that one with Cove. I mean, it's kind of a cute idea, but at the same time, no. Not unless Cove asks. If Cove asks, then I'll say yes, but I'm not bringing that up. So no, I'm gonna roll my eyes at her. Hey, did Joyce welcome in? Airport Wi-Fi works surprisingly well. Very nice. Yeah, I have found airport Wi-Fi has been getting better over the last few years. I hope your trip goes well and that it either was or is fun. Your response had Lee giggling. Trust me, it's a brilliant idea. I call the helicopter. Why does that not surprise me? Why?
Cool.
It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove had only 1. Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any.
Don't worry about it.
You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me, and even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. Why don't we all get on one ride? No, that sounds like a bad idea. We could exchange dollars for quarters. Or we could just move on from this childish exercise. But at the same time, he really wants to. Oh, he could just exchange dollars. We don't want him looking sad. Okay, that's a very adorable little face. Derek slapped a hand to his cheek, eyes wide.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters.
Please?
Are you gonna join us on this little kid ride? Please? You sighed and made defeat. I'll do it. Okay. There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cove had to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. The horse is tempting. But the double-seater car with Cove sounds adorable though. And then we'll either enjoy it or suffer together. Let's do the double seater with Cove. Cove, you can sit with me, although we're also like rather tall for our age. Well, that is fine. He gave a bent smile and put a hand on his hip when he saw the ride you pointed out.
I don't know.
Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it by yourself. That doesn't matter. I want to ride with you. All right. Aw, it's so cute. Oh, Walter, but Lee saw. Oh well. Lee winked at the two of you from her pony as you squished next to one another in the child-sized seats. Looks were exchanged across the way, and you each popped coins in at the same time. The little ride stuttered to life. As the machines began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. Derek started waving from the window of the helicopter, and Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone as their machine jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. I mean, yeah, these are designed for kids these age. We'll try to encourage him. It was terrible seeing how unhappy Cove was with this. You wondered if there was anything you could do to make him feel better. Don't worry, we all look ridiculous on these things. Cove's concentration was broken when he automatically looked in your direction. You thought you caught him rolling his eyes at your words. Are you worried you're gonna fall out? Cove shook his head, but you felt like you were going in the right direction. I know people always talk about how tall you are, but you're not a giant. Some people are 7 feet tall. Cove looked at you, clearly fighting a smile, but his hands were still gripping the ride like his life depended on it. Okay, if you do fall, I'll jump off this and make a bigger scene, I promise. Okay, that was kind of cute. That thought finally broke him into a laugh, and his smile remained for the rest of the ride. Soon all rides came to a stop, and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it, and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarter back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hands? Everyone's head moved the way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is.
Oh.
We're kind of dumb. We have to be to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been everywhere yet.
Totally.
You moved along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. Cove went up to the trash can last. He threw out his very full cup. Cove, why did you not drink your smoothie? Come on, boy, drink your smoothie. So much of his drink was left, you couldn't help but wonder if he ever continued drinking after your stunt. I didn't mean as a stunt. His smoothie just sounded really good. I just wanted to see what the flavor was like. He had been so focused on sipping originally, it had to be... He had been so focused on sipping originally, it had to be that he was too uncomfortable to use the straw after you had. Whoops. I felt bad. All that smoothie went to waste, and Cove barely got to enjoy his drink before you pushed to try it. Cove must have felt your eyes on him because he met your gaze. You weren't sure if he could tell what you were thinking. Instead of calling him out about the drink, you kept it to yourself. You knew Cove well enough to guess it'd just make things worse. Cove smiled at you before turning back to listen to whatever Derek was trying to tell him. He resolved not to focus on the smoothie incident. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So...
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know, she's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kira coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheeks.
Hey,
Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Today was awesome. We did so much.
Not bad.
It was fun. Yeah, we enjoyed the day. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here.
That I do.
I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time, and you haven't eaten yet. 7 p.m. seems like such a late dinner to me. I know it's not for lots of people, but for me, dinner time's like 5 p.m. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kira said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wonder if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. She was spying on us. That's kind of cute, actually. That was actually pretty slick. You weren't sure about that. It seemed kind of sketchy. I mean, that's kind of clever. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Not once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around. Though now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in and of itself. Picking up those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangements as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problems, as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you'd arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip considering this time Kira knew where she was going. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front door being opened, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up at seeing who was here. Hey sport, did everyone have an adventure? Hi Dad. We had a blast. We found the mall.
Aw.
The mall? Wish I could have joined. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders sloped. Kira put a hand on his arm and smiled. Any whoosies? There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real. He pulled himself together, standing up straight.
Do you mind?
I need just a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem. Blah, blah, blah. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up, and Kira nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. But then the parents were gone again. Ooh, let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. Oh, I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming? Yeah? With a smile, Cove showed the way. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting me come. Yeah, me too.
Right?
I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair, and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. I guess sometimes they are. You continued walking. Every so often, you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking up between the clouds. At one point, you noticed that Cove stopped, while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially, you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick, acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of the ocean air. Oh, that sounds nice. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. And then it hit you, the wind chime. This was the perfect moment. Quickly, you dug the wrapped package out of your bag. Hey, Cove? He barely replied. Instead, his focus was mostly on lazily watching the sea. The paper wrapping crinkled as you pushed the package forward, trying to make him realize. He finally caught sight of it, and his eyebrows raised up high. Gingerly, Cove accepted the gift. Just seeing the present brought a smile to Cove's face. Aww. He carefully opened it, and his whole body brightened as he recognized the chime.
Oh my god!
Thought about how he seemed to want it. I really thought you were gonna buy it. When you didn't, I couldn't resist. Aww. Cove's smile seemed to grow even bigger, and his blush deepened. He looked sincerely happy. You're just... He wasn't even able to find the words to finish his thought. Aw, he's so cute! The Cove started getting shy over his bashfulness and put a hand over his mouth. You were so happy that buying the wind chime was the right call.
June.
I'll take such good care of it, thank you. Aw, you're welcome. Let me know where you end up putting it up. It'd be helpful to know. You took your wrapped wind chime. You took your wrapped up wind chime out of your bag and held it up, drawing a chuckle from him. Okay, we'll match that way. Aww. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice got your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you two doing there, slowpokes? Get over here.
Hey!
Come on. You looked at Cove the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. Aw, that was cute. Okay, on to the next one. The birthday party. It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shone brightly and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. You and Cove had been... Let's try again. You and Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckert's birthday party. You didn't really know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had a class with her, and everyone at school knew her as quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own group of friends, or her own friend group, like glue. I'd been surprised that she was having such a big party. You looked around the expansive park, a spacious bleh. You looked around the expansive park, a spacious recreation center. There we go. In the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature like other teens sometimes did. Wow, I cannot read right now. It made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. Well, I say we don't really have any opinion because we don't really know her. Miranda was a stranger for the most part. What were you supposed to think of a person you didn't know? You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your mom's insisted on it, and your mom's insisted on it after you got the invitation, as did Cove's mom and dad. So, both you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All the parents had been pretty firm about going to a birthday, if you'd been invited. Okay, I'm gonna say it felt out of place, because I feel out of place at parties where, like, I know people, but a birthday party for someone you don't really know? Nothing seemed to welcome you. You stood next to Cove and stared out at the chaos with a butterfly in your stomach. Cove made a small noise which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with his gift in hand.
So...
Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? You looked at your own present and then towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed out to Cove. Let's drop the presents off over there. Cove nodded with a smile and turned to where you gestured. He saw it too. Cool. You and Cove began to walk over to the present table, flattening the well-trimmed grass beneath your feet. Walked past groups of people, classmates in semicircles, broken up into the usual friend groups, chatted away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting or friendly nod. However, as you passed by even more people that you have never seen before, you became aware that there were more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda the Quiet Girl, was hosting the most popular birthday party you had ever been to in a long time. You looked at the new faces and thought you saw something of Miranda in them. Cousins, nieces, or nephews, maybe? Parties could be a big deal in her family. The both of you reached the table. You set your gifts down in an empty space, brushing some confetti aside. Cove placed his gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully. Hey, what did you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found this sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for school or a trip or something. That's a pretty nice one. A sparkly backpack? I mean, you can't really go wrong with a sparkly backpack. Your mom said taking you out shopping the other day. You searched the store, and ultimately we got... Minecraft kit to make a toy? That's cute. A light-hearted adventure book? Let's do a light-hearted adventure book. Because, like, we don't really know her, so we don't know if she likes jewelry, we don't know if she likes to craft, but everyone can enjoy a good book. We'll do a book. You remember this story as something funny but interesting. It had nice characters, low stakes, and a witty author who made the occasional aside about the various shenanigans the adventurers got into. You hoped that it was up Miranda's alley. You described it to Cove briefly, and he had no objections.
Not bad.
He brushed his hand against the sides of his pants. I really hope Miranda likes her gifts, but I think we both did good. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift one more time and then stepped away. Without the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward, and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to a nearby tree, where you wouldn't be in the way. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Cove had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him and he gave you a nervous grin. It reassured you a little and you smiled back. What next? Cove did not appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff? It didn't seem to be time for cake. What with people still arriving, nothing else seemed to be organized yet either. He noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda? That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do.
Sounds good.
With that point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt began. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little closer, but more than once it turned out not to actually be her. Hey, look. Finally, he pointed over to the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. Oh, she's kind of cute. Look at that. That's a really cool hairstyle. It's so fancy. Hi, Cove. Hi, June. Happy birthday.
Thanks. I'm really glad you could come.
You all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem generally happy, but there was still a distance between you. It's a great looking party. Thank you. Is there something we need to do, or should we just hang out?
Oh, well, you can talk to people if you want. There are games that are gonna start soon.
And the bounce house should open later if you feel like jumping. Then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream too. After that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys. Dave nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now. Thanks for letting us know. You grinned at her and she nodded back. Miranda waited there and you became hyper aware of the silence forming. You heard a shout for Randy and Miranda brightened up, a total 180 with how stiff she had been with you.
I gotta talk to some more people. Bye!
The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more ideas of what to expect. You both glanced at each other wordlessly. All that was left now was finding something to fill the time until the activities began. We'll just talk with Cove. You started talking about how you felt about this kind of birthday party and what you wanted to do for your own next party. Cove made the occasional suggestion. The conversation became silly as you started joking about ridiculous party ideas. Cove wanted a moon party, and you wondered if anyone had ever tried to make a cake big enough to be the party location. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time.
Huh.
I wonder what's gonna happen. Scan the air and try to make it. Yeah. You saw a picture of a donkey hung on a tree, a table with a lot of candy, and even more balloons. I guess we could be playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey. I doubt it. Then what do you think that's about? He pointed to the poster on the You pointed to the poster of the tailless donkey. He shook his head. I've never seen anybody play that in real life. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce house. For everyone else, it was time to play Pin the Tail on the Donkey. You had called it. Gopher raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. We're a little weirded out. I mean, it is a kind of odd game. It's like, why are we pinning a tail on a donkey? It was a strange development. You did not wake up this morning expecting this to be your day. You reluctantly joined the line since that was what you were supposed to do, and you didn't feel like arguing. The donkey in question was a cartoony poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on a tree trunk. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the sign and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with the tail instead. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. His next opponent did far better by landing it on the donkey's back. The spectators clapped politely and the line moved up. More teens tried their hands at it. Some got closer than others, but no one had got it perfect yet. Soon it was Go's turn. He was blindfolded and spun just like the others. At this point it was a close match and everyone was watching with bated breath. Gove approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without any hesitation. Gove stood back and removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Your turn. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it. With the blindfold on, the bright park became utterly dark. As you were spun around, the sounds around you seemed to get louder. At least you could tell the direction of the bounce house from the shrieks of the younger children. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. I don't know. We'll just do directly in front of us, why not? You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. You took your blindfold off for the results. There's a few oohs from the crowd and some irregular clapping. As soon as you could see clearly again, you realized you missed the mark. By a lot. That's kind of what I figured. But I didn't care. You caught a glimpse of Cove as you handed back the blindfold. He was pleased, no doubt feeling good that his tail was closer. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. You're pretty sure it had to be on purpose. With the line empty, the game was finally over. The adult running things started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. In the end, someone you didn't know was announced as the winner. You and Go both exchanged a look, even as you clapped politely. He sighed. He looked back at the board. I was so close too. Won't be disappointed with him. Maybe next time. You watched the winner and considered whether to say anything to them. He hesitated, however, and ended up not approaching the teen. An older teen walked by, tall enough to tower over you and Cove. You felt a little intimidated by this stern-faced teenager, until she started to speak. Her voice was low, but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. Hi, I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? Yeah, maybe. Showed you party hat. She insisted they were the key to a true party mood. There are two options, either a colorful headband with two tiny party hats arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. They were both very festive.
It's okay.
You knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. The crown or go with Cove and not wear one? We're gonna go with Cove. We don't need one. You waved the offer off with a hand. Then you let her go. Both of you had made your decisions, and that was it. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went to pass out hats to more people. After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find partners. You tried to listen to the rules, strained your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in the pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouths. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round, where everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the thrower. The game would continue, players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost in a round. About half of the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cove had his eyes on you. Could we be partners? Yeah, obviously. Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be the safe choice to pair up. Let's do it, partner. Cool. He beamed and you started wondering about your respective candy catching capabilities. Two rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass out the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. You noticed Cove took it upon himself to do a taste test of a red one across from you. They're not bad. You ended up grabbing a purple gummy. It was sweet and you guessed it was supposed to be grape flavored, but was mostly just really sugary. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. You grinned, and Cove's smile looked more genuine and less filled with tenseness. The game was on. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. The round was harder with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. We always needed the best. You carefully plucked a gummy from the bag and felt the weight. You shifted in your hand a couple times for practice and then told Cove you were ready. You went for an underhand throw, careful to aim for Cove's mouth. The blue candy arched in there perfectly in Cove's mouth. Oh, a blue one? The blue ones are the best. He chewed it twice, then smiled widely. Aw. You could tell Cove was generally pleased to make it through another round. You were happy as well. Oh boy, he's getting serious. The next round began and you took another step back. Cove was even further away. Cove was even further away now, but he made an okay sign. He was in this to win it. Around you, the once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cove swung his arm and made eye contact with you. You nodded and the green candy flew towards you. And yeah, we're trying our best. We're gonna win this. You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. You bit down the candy, grinning with your victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. Yay, he's excited. Cove was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew this was the final round. Only a few other players were still left. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw, the careful way he watched you. You were charmed by his attitude, equally wanted to win, didn't want to let him down. We're gonna say, maybe these are all true. Well, maybe not equally. He might have wanted more. Charmed by his attitude, he didn't want to let him down. We're gonna say we didn't want to let him down. This game meant something to Cove, and you respected that. You were going to be here for your partner, and if you want to win, well, you need to try your best. Cove gave you a firm grin, and you prepared to throw, your fingers grabbing an orange gummy from the bag. It felt solid in your grasp, even if your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all the sugary sweets. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. The time came. You looked at the candy and then at Cove. Hello, welcome in. Blukey27. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. We're just doing a nice little chill visual novel stream today. Feel free to chat, feel free to lurk, whatever you want to do. Okay, I got that. Anyway, once again, we're trying our best. We're gonna win for Cove. Cove followed the candy with his eyes. Your throw unfortunately spun out to the side. It looked like a loss was on the horizon. But he made a move for it, and it was good. He snatched the candy out of the air with the corner of his mouth. I am having fun. I absolutely adore this game. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. A wide grin spread on his face as Cove victoriously chomped down on the candy. Yes! Along with the cheer, he jumped up in excitement and bumped one arm. Aww. He's so happy. You look to your left and then to your right. You see a few remaining pairs walking away, commiserating over their loss. With some shock, you realize that you and Cove were the only ones who made it to that round. You won. You watched the moment Cove clicked into the same realization. His face brightened like sunshine and he jogged over to close the distance between you two. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. How do we want to celebrate? We'll do jumped into a hug. His eyes went big when he realized you were going for a hug. He smiled and caught you, hugging you back tightly. You won this together. Aw, so cute. He giddily stopped his feet in place in front of you, as though he couldn't contain his energy. We did it! Yeah! We demolished the competition. We'll do nice catch. Nice throw. Well, I tried. The game runner strolled over and merely gave you both a bunch more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. With the candy toss over, you're going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house was officially open for the older kids. And Cove shared a look. Cove smiled and you knew who you wanted in. You both ran over to the bouncy castle and kicked off your shoes. You crawled into the inflatable castle with Cove hot on your heels. There were a couple teens inside already. You started to get a feel for bouncing. Cove hopped from the middle to the side and back. Just after you landed from a particularly high jump, someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Hi, Miranda. We'll say hello. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. I hope you're having fun. She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo. It was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance in the bounce house. She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the sides and touching the tips of her toes with her fingers. Wow. Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple more times, gaining height, before doing a backflip and tucking into a ball. This is a nice big bounce house. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell on her butt. Cove clapped and Miranda inclined her head, almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. You're so good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed down to accommodate their conversation.
My family gets these every year, and we have a trampoline in the backyard.
Nodded along to the conversation, or we'll say that's really cool. Miranda giggled a bit, and then her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch someone if you want. If I jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher. I'd rather just watch. That's okay, we can still have fun. Can you launch me? Miranda didn't hesitate. She started jumping with more force and getting closer to Cove. Of course. You watched as Miranda told Cove how to get the best results. She gave him a count and tried to time it so that he'd jump right when she touched down. You stood a few feet away, but even then you caught some of the energy from their bounces. The bounce house's floor rippled slightly under your feet. Cove took turns launching Miranda after he understood how it worked. She in turn did tricks that wouldn't be possible without the added height. It was exciting to watch. You all had fun bouncing around. You twirled, Miranda did stunts. Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip of the castle ceiling. You and Cove chatted to Miranda more than you ever had at school. She truly was the queen of this bouncy castle. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns in the bounce house, so you and Cove left. You slipped on your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn into conversation with a group of adults. She would be talking to them for a while. You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he'd picked up at the same table. He blew on his and made a funny sound when it unrolled. Cove downed his drink in a couple gulps. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. It means a lot. I hope you enjoy your time here. Cove downed his drink in a couple gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing, after all. Yes, it's all pretty. What are those things called? I don't remember what they're called, but I haven't had those in forever. They were far too fun to be obnoxious with as a kid. Noisemaker, yeah, that's what they're called. You were still sipping on your water when Cove blew his noisemaker again. Then again and again. Oh boy. It was almost a tune. You didn't recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also wasn't an instrument. The noise cut through the hum of the other party guests, loud and noticeable. You were amused by Cove's antics. You laughed, and Cove started blowing it more towards you. He leaned in so that the tip of the unfurled paper nearly popped your nose. Good, because that's the other thing you're supposed to do with those. You have to hit people with them. Obviously. That's the best part. Like, the noise is okay, but I always like the unfurling and bopping people with them. You stepped back and shook your head fondly. Jokely tried to get away. Now we're gonna blow our noise maker back. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight. It jetted towards Cove, almost tapping his nose. It was a game now. You both tried to land a light hit on the other. Cove managed to get your chin while you scored right between his eyes. That's too cute!
Oh great. You people again.
No! Don't tell me Jeremy's here. Someone vaguely familiar shouted, and you snapped your head to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. The speaker stepped up, and there was no doubt. It was Jeremy, that mean boy you met at the start of summer. Oh boy. We're gonna just feel uncomfortable and not know what to do. You shrunk in on yourself and looked away again. Why are you here? Cole's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack, as if Cole's question was the idiocy above all idiocies. Didn't I already explain this? He hadn't, so both you and Cove exchanged a look. You have memory loss, or are you really that stupid? Seriously. Oh, Jeremy is so obnoxious.
I didn't walk here.
I didn't walk you, my parents brought me. Apparently I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted that I get out and enjoy the day and have fun on vacation, blah blah blah. He said enjoy the day and have fun on the conversation, have fun on vacation. Like, some people would say scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. They found a park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. It's dirty here. They don't know anything. Oh, and then they saw this stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Okay, that is a little weird to, like, show up at someone's birthday party and ask to be included, but I mean, it is a party at a public park, but still. Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anyone want strangers at their birthday? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? He does have a little bit of a point there. He huffed loudly and his eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. I mean, we're gonna say, yeah, that's really awkward, because, yeah, that's really awkward. You don't have to say it back to me, I know. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in those embarrassing party hats? Do they think it's fun or something? How could a human being be so dumb? Well, it is fun, that's the whole point. Jeremy glanced at you and Cove, gesturing to the lack of party hats on your head. Guess that's one brain point for you two.
Hey!
Hey, Miranda can have whatever kind of party she likes. There's nothing wrong with it. Jeremy looked up at Cove with an unimpressed face. He was going to be mean. You know, those hats could only make sense on a person like you. What else would... Jeremy, stop insulting Cove's eyebrows. Go away. Cove's eyebrows furrowed and he twisted his body to the side. He gave a harshly mumbled reply. Why do you always talk about my eyebrows? Because they always stupid. Jeremy, stop it. Even if you think that, why do you need to say it every time we meet?
Fine.
Fine, I'll say something else then. Or you could just not. A moment passed as Jeremy inspected Cove. You shared a look with Cove, having no idea what to expect next, other than more unpleasantness. Did you get that scar on your arm? Let me guess, you're doing something stupid. That's kind of an insensitive thing to say. Cove gasped and grabbed his wrist instinctively. He looked angry, but his eyes started to water. Poured your drink on Jeremy? Pushed him, punched him. Drowned out his words with the noisemaker. Stood still shocked. Wait, none of these are exactly good. I guess we're gonna do You Teared Up. Because we don't really want to, like, lash back out at Jeremy. I mean, we want to, but that's not gonna help anything. I don't want to just be quiet when he's hurting Cove and drowning out words of the noisemaker. Again, that's not gonna help anything. I guess we'll tear up. Excuse me. We need to get more water after this one. Okay. Tears started to moisten your cheeks. Jeremy showed no signs of remorse. He just grimaced. How are you gonna live in the real world if this is too much? Laughed at his reaction. We're gonna laugh at his reaction. People are starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Good point. Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you is pointless. Then why are you doing it? Thank you. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Phil sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you'd drawn from the other guests. Luckily, it hadn't gone on long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was alright. Okay, but okay. There's an okay there. Okay. My brain was just reading words that I hadn't gotten to yet. Phil looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay. Everything's fine now, you don't have to worry about us. The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds, but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Over rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprise laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving, and all the complex emotions brought out by one meeting with Jeremy. Can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. How can Jeremy be like that? He shouted at us. He barely knows us, and it was at a birthday party for someone he's never met. You wish they had done something more? Yeah, we'll do that one. I feel like I should have said something, maybe done something, I don't know. Phil seemed to think about his next words carefully before he spoke. I don't think it matters what we do around him. Jeremy's just gonna yell no matter what. We shouldn't worry about it. Do you want to tell your moms about, do you want to tell your moms about Jeremy, I mean? He always picks a fight. Maybe they know how to handle someone like him. Thanks for asking. Yeah, we'll ask the moms later. I'll let them know everything.
Alright.
I mean, I do kind of want to know the story. And this might not be the best time to bring it up, but at the same time, it would be good to know so I could help him if situations like this come up. Be not the best time, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Hopefully he won't get too upset about it. Oh, would you mind if I asked how you got that? Would you mind if I asked why can't I read? Would you mind if I asked how you did get the scar? That's a good way to do it. You could ask if you can ask.
Yeah.
Not really. It wasn't a big deal, I don't think. I was just jet skiing when I was a kid and I crashed. I wasn't supposed to do it, and that's probably why. Okay. Tove was clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation, but more didn't need to be said. Jeremy was cruel to target him for it. Finally, you bent over to pick up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He accepted it softly when you offered the little favor back to him. Thanks, June. I like how we can be there for each other. It makes me feel better about that kind of stuff when it happens. Exactly, we're here for each other, buddy. Phil suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. There's a free table there. Let's get ready for some cake. You and Cove tried to settle down after the last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. It was a minor panic when... Wow, my brain just stopped. There was a minor panic when who you assumed was Miranda's dad apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went through and started asking the head adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having any luck until the grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled a green lighter out of the ice cream cooler. Why the lighter was put in the cooler remained a mystery, but with the party hat girls find, it was time to get things going again. Miranda sat at the head of the longest table, a large chocolate cake. Oh, that sounds good. I want a chocolate cake. Set in front of her. She lit all 14 candles with the cooler lighter. She lit all 14 candles with the cooler lighter with a big smile. The adults started singing happy birthday and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was a birthday wish. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the cake. Another adult passed around plates of cake slices with a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Eventually the cake got around to you and Cove. Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. It smelled quite chocolatey. I want them both. They both sound good. You took a bite of ice cream. The vanilla wasn't bad, but it was a little bland. The chocolate cake, however, was a rich flavor. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the ice cream. The mellow parts of the ice cream made a kind of chocolate cake soup. Okay, I could see that. How are we gonna respond? Yeah, I've never done that, but I want to now. How does it taste? Really good, but it's better with brownies. Oh, brownies. He grinned and took a bite of his own mix. Okay, now I really want brownies. The closest to brownies I have is chocolate chips. To be honest, I probably could make brownies if I really wanted, but anyways, Cove contentedly chomped. That's not what it says. Cove contentedly chowed down on his concoction. One advantage to his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. This is true, good point. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up to the sky with a faraway expression. You checked but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. This ice cream is better than those ones in cups, you know, with the little wooden spoons. But I still kind of want that instead. Remembered what kind he was talking about. Oh yeah, like the ones they handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened.
Right.
Phil smiled nostalgically at the thought. You could picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. Offer him a bite of your dessert, because that's what we did with the ice cream cups. You want any of mine? Cove raised an eyebrow for half a second before the realization came. Laughter burst out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that part too. Aw, it's so cute. We're gonna laugh along with him. Your shared laughter attracted the attention of some of the other party guests. It took a moment to compose yourselves and get back to your dessert. Miranda then started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mail to her presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them loudly before opening a gift. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. It took time, but eventually Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite throughout it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most of everything had been settled down and people had begun to leave. Any of the guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids still waiting for their parents to come get them remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both had decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way. You could casually wait for your ride. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore. Cove lay on his side with his back to the wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in the little building. It also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here. Thanks for coming. She looked down but continued shyly. It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little, or I can talk. It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little bit. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks for me too. Miranda just smiled a little more. So, did you notice anything happening earlier with some people you didn't know showing up? She had to think about his question a little. It was apparent that she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy since there was no instant recognition. I heard about something. Some other parents were talking to my parents when their kid came and forced them to leave the park. She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. Then everyone had cake and ice cream. Cove smiled uncomfortably. That's good. He was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation could have gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem that anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cove rolled over onto his back and sighed contentedly. Miranda seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. Alright, thanks for stopping by, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Have a great day. Wait, we're not gonna start bouncing again. I'll just gonna lay back and close our eyes. The air-filled floor was comfy, and when you listened, you could feel the vibrations of the blower keeping this bounce house up. The silence stretched between everyone, and you opened your eyes to take a peek at the others. Cove was still relaxing, but Miranda was looking between you. But Miranda was looking between you two, looking confused. You smiled to yourself and closed your eyes once more. You spent the rest of the time content and dozing until it was time to go home. At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. Yay! That was fun. Jeremy's annoying, but that was fun. Okay. And now we are going to take a quick break, because I need more water. So, gonna take a quick break, and then we'll come back and do some more. So, feel free, get up, get some food, get some water, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do, or just stay here and hang out, whatever you want. But I need to go get some more water, so take a quick break and be back in a few. Alright, water has been acquired. So now, on to summer work. Yeah, summer homework, let's go. You stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove down the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? Yay, library! Mom laughed, catching your eye in the rearview mirror and winking. I don't know why I asked. I already know how you feel about it. Think your trip down to the library had always been something you enjoyed.
So,
What about you, Cove? You're a part of the conversation too.
Not really.
If I didn't have school stuff to do, I would probably be somewhere else. That's fair.
I see.
I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day either. Really? Well, no, unless you count under 6 years old as my day. She grinned over at the two of you briefly. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio, under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in brightly colored clothing passing out balloon animals. Oh! It sparked a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching up before consciously remembering why. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander performing magic tricks? Yeah, we'll ask him if we remember.
Maybe.
Yeah, I do? Alexander, the amazing Alexander. He gave us dolphin balloons for free. At this reminder, Cove smiled vaguely. Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's ever there now. Maybe we should go more often to check. Maybe. That was the first time we ever went down the street together, I think. I miss my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him. Yeah. Hey, Cove. What were you going to name your balloon? You never told me. Oh, huh. I don't know. I can't remember what Kid Me was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what, so you just settled back into your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day. You leaned your face to the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks. June? Huh? You lifted yourself up a bit. You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you, confused, from the front seat of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cove's car door was already open. You had reached the destination before you even realized it. I was asking what time should I pick you two up. Oh, 4 should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments, or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright then, have fun you two. We will. You closed the door, giving a little wave. She waved back. The two of you went right to the door of the building. Well, of the library. Cove reached it first and tugged it open, stepping inside. He kept it propped open so you could pass through behind him. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with a soft din of papers being moved and whispered voices. Oh, that's a good sound. Should do another library ASMR stream. I made a whole library soundscape and then used it twice. I kind of forgot it existed. Should use it again. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the right here. Just enjoying the day. Cove looked dubious at the vague answer. Okay. What? Don't you think it's nice out? I do. Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library with a long Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through one with various sports players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the page. His head snapped up when you walked over, beaming widely. Hey June, Cove. Hi, were you waiting for a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place. Then he gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through books. There's plenty of room. In unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area, Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. All of the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. He didn't play a lot of team games, but he did like doubles volleyball. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained.
Okay.
Well, you move the ball like you're going to go one way, then he demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. Then you do it like this, so it does it like that. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to get the trick across with no ball. The three of you looked over the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it and was wearing a deep frown. We were apologetic. You mouthed sorry and she sighed before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things.
Oops.
So, what are you guys working on? What words are you working on? Things. There were some things you had gotten to start with. It was still early in summer, so there was a lot left. What should we work on? Math or history? Let's do math. The atmosphere was good for studying, and you felt motivated to tackle them. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm going to do that later since it does need extra references or anything. What about you two? I've got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they just stick with one? Okay, I'm feeling oddly nostalgic for schoolwork at the moment, which is just weird. But it's also fun. I enjoyed school. Which is, why I just kept going and, was in university for like a decade. School's fun. I like school. I'm doing a timeline for history. You all found a table close to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. No focus time work. We are very good students. We shall focus on get work done. You're pretty confident you could get it done before your mom was set to return. You checked the requirements on the homework sheet your teacher had given you, then opened up your textbook to the pages you needed. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting his back as if trying to work knots out of it. Feeling antsy? Pay enough attention to Cove to recognize when he was no longer feeling comfortable. Yeah, I'm gonna wander around for a bit.
Talk to you later.
See you. I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress. I'm gonna come with you. You might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. The two of you stroll away from where you've been working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed. Some were dull, some intriguing, and others were just strange, but you didn't spot anything that made you pause and pick it up. Looking for something? We'll do no, but something might catch my eye. You never know. I might go out of here if there's enough time. His comment reminds you of the clock ticking away. Even after you'd finished your work for the summer, the countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Before you know it, we'll be back at class. Yeah, we just got out and it's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove rubbed his arm, drawing your attention to the scar he'd earned as a reckless kid, with his far-off gaze. Not really. I don't want summer to end. I wish everything wasn't always decided for me. I want to grow up already. Cove didn't feel safe. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was like. You understood that much. I touched him softly. Instinctively, you reached out to him. Your thumb stroked the back of his hand, in a way you hoped was comforting. But there's a chance we could end up in the same classes. That would be nice. You nodded, glad that he was cheering up some. Trust Cove to look on the bright side. I'd like that. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes.
So...
What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? Okay, we'll do this one. I like summer, but I'm ready to go back to school when I've got to. Again, I like school. School's fun. It's interesting. There's more going on then. There's really no getting away from the topic of school right now. If you it prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pursed your lips. Ooh, let's do English or science. I like both of them. We'll do science class fascinated you. You hope there'd be more cool experiments this coming semester. Oh, we can do click on most of them. English. You like the books we had to read in English class. The writing assignments were engaging too. Let's just do those two. Those are my two favorites. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continued to stroll through the library for a little while longer, until Cove caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, let's go. Before you could take a step back, Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Anytime. Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. Cove and you rejoined Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up, surprised to see Derek packing up. You're done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud to be the first one finished. Uh-huh. Told you it wasn't anything hard. Sure, well, I suppose it even worth coming to the library for that. You could have done it at home and saved yourself a trip.
Maybe.
You don't have little baby bros at your house, and maybe I wanted to see my friends today. Yeah, fair point. Derek leaned back on his feet. Okay, I'm gonna go look around while you guys finish. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing his books as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far, too. How productive were we? We gotta say we finished everything? Do we manage to get everything finished? Sure, we're gonna say we managed to get everything finished. Just as you thought, it hadn't been that difficult. You wrapped it up already. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The both of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you'd used for reference to their proper shelves, set off to find where Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biography section. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. Hey Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced toward the sound of your voices, then up towards the shelf he was trying to reach. Oh boy. Tall person coming to save the day. You followed his gaze and then took the book off the shelf for him. Here you go. You held the book out for him. He just stared up at you, speechless. Until he eventually accepted the book from your hand and squeaked out a small reply with flushed cheeks. Thanks. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slight chilly library interior. Yeah. See if anyone has any plans. Gotta work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. That answer was inevitable. Technique for what? Soccer. How about you two? The words "you two" echoed in your mind. You knew what Derek meant, but why was it You knew what Derek meant, but why was it bringing a smile to your face to be linked with Cove, even in the most tenuous circumstances? Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open and heading towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot.
Talk to you later.
You watched Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. I'll ask if he got everything done. Sort of. I saw you're done. You smiled, impressed. You felt pretty good about that. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. Even if your assignment work was done, you might have to double check some things or do preparations for the start of the year. I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. You smiled at the idea. Despite not working on the same thing, it'd be nice to have some company. I'm good with that. Hey, do you want to do something with me after this? Oh, sure. Cove seemed eager towards the offer. You hadn't exactly expected him to say no, but their agreement still made you happy. The two of you smiled at each other. Cove looked away after a second, and so did you two, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down. Wow, it wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is.
All right.
Time to go then. You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belts. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? I'm done. Amazing. The car shifted into action and you watched as the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer. Even better, you were going to have good company with you. You're already counting down the days. You fielded questions from mom while you tried to juggle a conversation with Cove. When she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued your answers. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on, then told her about your plans to stick with Cove after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause, just for a moment. But soon enough, the trip was over. You had arrived back in your neighborhood. Cove had run over to his house real quick to drop off his stuff. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went. Dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning up the dishes left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple plates to rinse in the sink. Even though he didn't have to, Cove asked to do at least something to help. You scrubbed the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You addressed your guest for the evening. Are you gonna come with me?
Yeah.
I don't have to go back till later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. When you got back to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier. You figured it would be best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Phil flopped onto your desk chair, and it spun around a bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contentedly as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try to entertain him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. You hefted your bag up onto the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through books and paper packets. Not all of them were things you need anytime soon. A small pile of the most important assets began to grow at the side of your backpack, until you'd gone over it all. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled open the... Wow, I cannot read. You instinctively pulled the opening. Okay, try again. You instinctively pulled the opening closer to you and peered inside. A second look through... Wow. Why can't I read? A second look through commenced, and then a third, and then you began to open the smaller pockets. You were missing your math assignment. Oh no! Not our math homework! June? By this point, Cove could tell that something was wrong. You had spent the better part of the day completely finishing it, and now it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you had first begun to look through. The work could have fallen out somewhere if you had it in the first place. I say we're upset by the revelation, but we made ourselves stay calm. You caught the problem early. There was still time to make it right. You couldn't lose your head. My math work isn't in my backpack. At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat.
No way!
Is there somewhere we can look? The bag was kind of open, so he winced sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be, most of them bad. You see, this is why you close your backpack. Or like any other bag. You resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't hurt to look. With nothing inside there, you expanded the search to the rest of the space. Cove did his best to stay out of your way while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was a fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't here. Check downstairs. It might still be in your house someplace. Fine.
How are you?
Why, hello again. Is everything alright? I'll just tell her what's going on. I unpacked my bag and one of my assignments wasn't there.
I'm so sorry.
What's missing? An assignment for school from the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised with concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. I'll say thanks.
You're welcome.
Just leave it to me. So funny. Can you tell us if there's anything you noticed? You were with June, right? I saw the assignments when June had it out at the library. I don't remember him putting it away, but I'm pretty positive there was nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he had to consider that something might have been left behind. Yet felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second-guess things now. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later, the look on her face not promising.
Well...
So I got a hold of one of the librarians. They don't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see anyways. Thanks for trying. Of course. Sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. June, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Good idea. Things were getting heavy here with your mom's worrying. Maybe he needed to get away from it, or maybe he thought you needed a chance to get away from it. Or maybe he has a valid point that the papers could just got messed up. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased brows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, moms. You briskly made the trip across the street, and in less than a minute you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Cove had been in a rush earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down, or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it with it. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it in fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. Yeah, we accepted his offer of hospitality and took it easy. It wasn't possible to stop Cove on his quest, so you tried to relax in the meantime. Eventually he sighed heavily, Cove's arm still tucked away inside, but the search was over.
Sorry.
It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it. It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance that Cove somehow had it this whole time. You just shrugged. It's alright. He dropped the backpack to the floor unceremoniously and spoke with a cautious tone.
Are you okay?
Aw, he's worried about us. It's okay, it's just some homework. I really am. I can get another copy and rewrite the stuff. It's nice of you to ask about it. That's cool. I'm glad. Cove laughed lightly and you noticed a small shake to it. He was clearly relieved you were gonna get through this. It was sweet. He had been more upset about the loss than you. I think it's admirable how you can keep it together like that. Not flattered, I thought so. Oh. Cove was someone you were close with. That's true. Okay, Cove was someone you were close with. That's true. But you hadn't expected him to say you were admirable. It was nice. Then the moment was interrupted by the piercing ring of the Holden home phone. You wordlessly stared at one another with raised brows, Cove's mouth forming a tiny frown. Yeah, that was a very rude interruption. We were having a moment. Sort of. It was the start of a moment, anyways. Kira appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, Cove. Hi, June. I didn't know you were here. She strolled on past, your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. A few uh-huhs and mms later, Kira thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. June, that was your ma. She said your stuff was in the car. I was gonna say, why did they not check there?
What?
Really? That's what I was told. Now I'll just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy. Cove's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape, laughing. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. They've got it. As you guessed, this wasn't going to be a big deal. They've got it. Cove smiled quickly and shrugged one shoulder. We should probably head to your house. Your moms might want to talk to you. Yeah, my parents really care about me. They kept searching even after you left, and because of that, it all worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Cove, it means a lot that you stuck with me. Thanks. You brightened up with sparkling eyes.
Don't worry about it.
While stepping towards the door together, there was... wow. While stepping towards the door together, there was a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You're going to be there for one another, with the small things and when it came to the big things. Oh, that was a good ending. So cute. Okay, on to the next one. You looked up and noticed the sun was finally setting. You had been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch, munching on fresh watermelon. You were eating it just because watermelon was a summer tradition. I mean, honestly, that's kind of how I feel about watermelon. You thought watermelon was just okay. We might do this one, because I am kind of meh about watermelon in general, but it is a nice summery treat. We're gonna do you're eating it just because watermelon was a summer tradition. It was always the go-to after snack at your household during the summer months. It was a special something that didn't really happen during the rest of the year. You turned to look at Cove. You both had been sitting in comfortable silence for a while now. He sat next to you, close enough for your shoulders to touch. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watch as his face twisted in discomfort. He had to stop chewing to spit a seed into the bush. I could spit a seed farther than you? Sure, why not? Immediately, you shoved the majority of what was left of your watermelon slice into your mouth, just to get a seed to prove your point. As soon as you could, you sent that seed sailing into the middle of the street. Did you see that, Cove? Cove burst into laughter that slowed to a wide grin. You could tell he was equal parts surprised and impressed. Can you do that again? I didn't see where it landed. Of course I can. You popped another seed into your mouth and focused on where the last one landed. Setting the seed free, you got it to go even farther this time.
Not bad.
Not bad? You had Cove chuckling again. It was taking a lot of focus to stay looking serious and not break into laughter yourself. I'd like to see you try. I will. Cove took in a mouthful of watermelon, face grimacing when he had the seed. Then his expression morphed into a focused look, and he sent the seed flying, landing in a similar spot to yours. Wait, you gotta do two. I need another try. He spoke before you could even comment on his non-victory. His determination got you laughing. He quickly sent another closer to where your second one landed. It seems we're evenly matched for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now. For the next several minutes, you both kept carving seeds from your slices and giggling at the ridiculousness of the competition. Eventually, a truce was called, and you both went back to eating the neglected watermelon flesh. I wonder if we'll have another slice after this one. That one is your third already. Is that bad? It tastes really good. we're gonna do... I'm just gonna bump him with your shoulder. Cove matched your smirk. He gave you a nudge in return. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. Are you okay? Yeah. He stood up, head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? What do you mean?
Huh.
I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off of your front step. Immediately you felt the tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right! Oh! Rain! I love the rain. A nice little summer shower. Cove was still staring up at the sky, and you watched as he began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. It's a sun shower. It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes Booming in laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards his front door and reveled in the moment. Oh, it felt kind of special to you. You were excited. We'll say it felt kind of special. Something rooted you in place, and you couldn't quite put your finger on any word to describe the feeling. Elated, he was jumping and spinning in the rain. There was also a warmth radiating from him. Oh, that's precious! Oh, this is a hard choice. Content to continue watching or you join? I kinda wanna do both. We'll join. You ran over to stand out on the street with him. He smiled at your approach and offered you his hand. Aw, you took it. You played in the droplets until you were both dizzy and laughing until your bodies ached. Oh, that's so cute! Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped, and left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling your nose. Oh, that's a good smell too. We're all wet now. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair, combing it back. He frowned. Aww, it's over. The drops of rain clinging to his face almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. Ooh, you were charmed by Cove? I wish it lasted longer. Well, it was fun. What could I do if you were charmed? There was still a spark of amusement dancing in his eyes from the sun shower, and you couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. What? Nothing. Just think about how fast you committed to getting soaked. He chuckled bashfully. Yeah, it was pretty cool. You then looked over at your door and sighed. You knew Ma wasn't going to be happy to see you trailing water into the house. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can try off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. The sweetest guy I know or things, let's do that. It's just very cute. Thanks, it's not a big deal. It is. I could already hear my mom's cries over my wet footsteps being all over the halls. Yeah, it'd be bad to put a damper on the day. He chuckled at his little pun. Cove led you inside, and you stayed close to him. We have a ton of spare towels, I've just gotta dig them out of the hall closet. Thank you for doing
You're
this.
welcome.
No problem. It'll only be a second. Just hang out in the living room, but maybe don't sit on the couch. You answered him with a slight smile. Okay. That Cove disappeared and returned in no time with towels in hand. Here, Thanks. You accepted one and began to pat yourself down. A sudden call caught both your attentions. I thought I heard voices. It was Mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened here? You're both wet. It was a sun shower. Why is that badass? Okay. Ghost smiled back at his parent. We came inside to dry off. My moms don't want me going to the house when I'm wet, so I told June to come back here. That was very sweet of you, baby. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. Then a light came to Kira's eyes.
What do you think?
I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around the house, and you'll air dry in no time. Cove only offered a shrug and a bent smile to his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. I don't know. I just want to hang out here. What do you weren't sure at all about her suggestion? You crossed your arms and chewed your bottom lip thinking about it. It'll be fun, I promise. Cross my heart. Okay. Kira pulled out her cell phone from her back pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers earlier in the summer.
See you soon.
Head on out to the garage. I'll meet you there in just a minute.
Sorry.
Sorry my mom can be so pushy. She gets some idea in her head and that's what she does. It's okay. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with that. Come on. Cove led you to the car and Kira wasn't too far behind. Okay, into the back you two. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kira started it and drove out of the residential area. When she hit a main road, the car sped up and she rolled the back windows down all the way.
Hey!
Phil started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't think I would have ever thought to go for, like, a drive to dry off. But I suppose it would work. I said this drive was going to be good for getting air dried. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration.
No way.
You disabled the back? Sorry, can't hear you. Smiling deviously, Kira turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. We'll just laugh and enjoy it. You yelled into the wind and burst into laughter. Looking over at Cove, you saw him relax. He seemed glad that you were having fun. And then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seats and were blown about. Oh no, not papers. Oh, they can't get out the windows. Cove began to haphazardly reach around the space to try to get it all back under wraps. Will help frantically. You jumped to his aid immediately, trying to snatch up every single paper crashing around within your reach. As much as you both caught fistful, there was no stopping a few that got sucked out the windows. Cove gasped. Mom, close the windows! Kira offered no response other than a chuckle. She kept driving. The both of you had several looks at that. We got most of them. Excuse me. Ugh. I know, thanks. The sun set completely, and at that Kira rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of paper he had in his fists. My mom is crazy. He ran a hand through his windblown hair. Uh-oh. Why? One moment. I am having audio issues on my side. It appears the audio is still working for the stream. One moment. Why? Oh. Okay. I don't know why my headphones just like disconnected. Okay, I can hear again. Ba 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 ba. You didn't know what was happening anymore. You felt good. We'll go with you don't know what was happening anymore. For all of that, you wondered what was going to come next, biting your bottom lip. Cove watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. You could tell by his tone that at this point his complaints were more performative than serious. He spotted Kira looking at you both a moment in the rearview mirror, smiling. We'll side with Cove, sure, why not? Yeah, you didn't tell us you'd trap us like that. My bad. Kira continued driving. The radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kira lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took the chance to turn around. You caught her coy smirk.
So?
Uh-oh. Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? I'm not sure I want to. A movie theater. Okay, most places have one someplace. It isn't that late, you know. We could probably still catch a show.
What?
So basically she kidnapped us to go see a movie. Really, Mom? We don't even know what they'll be playing.
Come on.
That's what makes it fun. Okay. We'll see if she was actually a responsible adult and explain to the moms what was happening. My mom's expecting me home. You're gonna make his parents worried. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. Don't worry, June. I said I'd watch over you for the night, not just 10 minutes or so. I'll put your parents in the loop about hitting movie as soon as we get there.
That's,
I didn't bring any shoes. I'm not wearing any either. You lift your foot up and wiggle your toes so Cove could see. Are we gonna go inside barefoot? We can't.
It's alright.
We'll sneak through quick, no one will notice. You can do it just this once. You shared a look with Cove. It was comforting that at least you were on this wild ride together. You drove into the theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of his seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. You were right along with him. The tarmac was still wet from before, and cold to stand on with bare feet. Inside, you noticed that there were no lines. All the current shows had already started. Kira paid that no mind and strode up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running time is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to the other and constantly kept looking around. His shaky behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have, if there were people around to really notice. It was pretty goofy. Still, you console him? Yeah. You poked Cove's arm to get his attention. It'll be okay, Cove. His expression softened into an appeased smile. Yeah, thanks. Wait, I just realized they're gonna Be walking into a movie theater in bare feet. Movie theater floors are so nasty. Okay, yeah, I no longer care about whether you can do that. I hope they have a very clean movie theater. Otherwise, that's gonna be so unpleasant to walk on with bare feet. Ugh. I did not need that realization. They'll be all sticky and covered in popcorn and candy. Ugh. Eliciting a sigh of relief out of you, Kira turned with the tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room. I'm so sorry for this little hiccup, but hold on. We've almost made it home. We've almost made it home free. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing.
Aha!
Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, Kira couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kira pointed at the seats, looking over his shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. When you reach your seats, Kira sighed contentedly. Cove gave a sigh of his own and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. He then leaned over and whispered to you. Do you have any idea what the movie is? No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film. What about a group of students being hunted by dangerous ghosts? Okay. You thought this was going to be annoying? We'll go with you thought this was going to be annoying. You slumped in your seat frowning. These kind of films were never good and you were stuck there. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. We lean closer. We'll hold his hand. We'll hold his hand. Your fingers wrapped tight around his, and he jumped slightly at the unexpected touch. But his expression softened when he peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. He gave your hand a squeeze to silently voice support. That made you feel good. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed or jeered or clapped, depending on what was happening. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but in a dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. You stayed to let the credits roll, and for the theater to clear out, then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again, even though it was late. Kira was exuding an upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick.
I guess.
It wasn't so bad in the end. Enjoyed it, baby? No, I mean, it's hard to explain. I got really tense, and I guess that's the point of horror stuff, but I kinda don't want to have to feel like that. Now that's all over, though, it was sorta cool to do.
Fantastic.
That's just so great. June, how are you feeling? It was terrible, but that made it fun. Yeah, it was alright. I'll take that. I still can't believe they died. It was nice when things aren't all obvious and you don't really know how it'll end until you see it, but I wanted to go better. I demand a happier ending. No. I loved how it all fell apart when it seemed like things were going to be okay. I'll just nod along with what Cole's saying. Yeah, you are interested in hearing his thoughts. You and Cove spent the rest of the car ride absorbed in conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You were surprised when you realized Kira didn't drive home, but to a drive-thru burger restaurant instead. I want a burger. Sure, why not? That's the spirit, get whatever you want. Oh no, I'm hungry now. They have a spicy chicken sandwich too? Nah, I'm feeling a burger though. And french fries. You know what, let's go out and get a milkshake. Is that alright?
Of course.
It's a-okay. Kira pulled up to the window and ordered what you asked for first. She then decided to order one of everything on the value menu. Whoa, what are you gonna do with all that? Eat it?
Really?
The whole menu? That's right. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about $1 each. I can swing it, and besides, whatever we don't finish, I'm gonna feed to your dad. He'll be in heaven. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're quite welcome. A few minutes later, Kira exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seats. She then drove off into the night. Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me. You choose one of the wrapped sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else.
Thank you.
Accepting that this was what was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling food out of the bag for himself. Cove ended up with some onion rings and he happily munched on them. Plug something randomly and make sure to grab something you like. I mean, kind of like everything there. I'll just grab something randomly. Kira's crazy ride just kept going. You had to wonder if this night would ever end. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kira turned to look over her shoulder. Okay, party people, it seems we've reached the end of the road. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead. And then you noticed it, the now leaving sign. Kira took you through the entire town. What are we doing here? Kira turned the car around and parked it along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone's going to come through here this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. Gove shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. You got out and caught up to Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. You thought being there was exciting? Felt worried. I'll say it was being cool. This was a good place to stop. If she was going to take us all around town, at least it wasn't done halfway. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Shortly after, you noticed Cove's expression changed. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this, seriously. Why is she being like this now? I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she can, and she wants to make the time memorable. This visit has been really different than the other ones, and it didn't start off good. Think about how Kira's trip began this summer. You could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. We'll ask if are you having a good time with your mom around? Yeah, it's still weird having her and dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her. Most of the time. It went silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of the car door closing. Cove, June! You turned around to see Kira by the driver's side waving. The sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I didn't mind.
My baby!
How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled his hair and Cove lowered his head, accepting the compliment. You thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. And then the memory hit you. That first summer you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom. And now you are all here, together. We're gonna whisper about it to Cove. Taking a step closer to Cove, you leaned in close to share the moment just with him. Isn't it strange how your mom took us here? This is where you went to try to find... Wow. This is where you went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunset Bird. Clove flinched and his eyes darted over to his mom, worried that she heard. When he was satisfied... Wow. When he was satisfied she didn't, he turned back. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know what happened. At least, I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Really? Dad likes to tell her things are fine, so she doesn't worry. Not in a kept secret. Cove looked at you gratefully, and you shared a conspiratorial smile. Anyways, it's kind of cool to be here right on the edge of town. Exactly, we're standing on a precipice. Yeah, I think so too. I knew you'd get it. It's good to appreciate these times and places. Kira let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? Let's go. I can't wait to collapse in bed. Kira shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back, with the collection of fast food bags still strewn about. You rested your head into the seat as the car roared to life. As you did, Cove leaned in close to whisper.
Hey.
I can talk to your moms if they get mad about tonight for some reason. It was Mom's my idea, you didn't have a choice. It was worth it even if they get mad. Your mouth pulled into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. Cove smiled bashfully at you, but said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavy. Your head came to rest on Cove. You're too tired to keep your head up, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues. He leaned into it. Aww. You must have been exhausted too. You're happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. Oh, that's so precious. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It almost felt like a dream more than a real event, but it definitely happened. And you're glad you got to have a spontaneous escapade this summer. Yay! That was cute. Okay. We're gonna take another quick break. I need more water. Yeah, and then... yeah, so we're gonna take another quick break. Then we'll do the last moment and might actually end this stream there. I might manage to have a short our live stream for once. I mean, by short, it's still gonna be over 3 hours long, but because this will be a good stopping point. And then we can start the the next step next time. I want to play more, but I do also have stuff I need to do, so we'll see where we're at after the next moment. But right now, we need to take a break because I need more water. So yeah, feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do, and we will be back to do the next moment in a few minutes. So yeah, BRB. Alright, water has been acquired. So on to the next moment. You'd whiled away the morning doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you're recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you are free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your mom's approached you.
Hi.
You okay? Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything.
Alright.
Great, I want to have a little chat with you. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. We're gonna perk up and hope it's something exciting. A vacation, maybe? Or a pet? A revelation that they were actually undercover agents? You leaned in, eager to learn more. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your mom and I are going. The Cypress was the country club your moms were part of, and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with fancy names. You nodded eagerly, anxious for Mom to get to the good stuff. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. We decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home, fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry, we've got to wait. You've got to wait a couple more years. We'll ask what it's going to be like. The usual. Well, mostly. We want to make it a special night for you two, so we've got something a little extra planned. It was unexpected. Interesting, you listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well?
Since it's a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date if you want. They're setting us up on a date, or like giving us a date opportunity. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your mom's continued, and it was a struggle to keep up. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Mom nodded at Mom's interjection.
Isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party, and if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. That's amazing, or you didn't even know how to react? I guess I did know how to react. Or that's amazing. We'll do that's amazing. You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look again.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry? Why does that feel wrong? Sorry. Whatever. The fancy word. Isn't until tomorrow. Soiree. That's the word. I know how to... Words, maybe. To be honest, I don't know if, I don't see that word very often. Anywho. It's not tomorrow, so you got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what had just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. We should probably finish eating. The conversation had taken your mind off the meal, but you opted to try to eat a little more. You picked at the plate for a little while longer. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that. No, you wanted to be a date. It was too soon. Okay, we wanted to be a date, obviously. The prospect of having your first date made it impossible to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your foot as you laid on your bed, contemplating the possibility. That night being a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of that came from what you'd see on TV and movies, and what you heard about from kids at school. Your moms hadn't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and smooth segues? Like segues? Segues. Before tearing them down and trying something else. You realized that you'd been mentally scripting Cove as the one you were asking. It had been his name repeating inside your mind, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. Oh, it's so cute. Buried your face in your pillow, not wanting to continue after noticing. Laughed awkwardly at yourself. Slowly closed your eyes at the daydream crystallizing in your head. Ooh, those are all good options. But I mean, obviously it would be Cove, because that's who we're gonna ask, so we'll just smile and close your eyes at the daydream crystallizing in your head. You let your train of thought continue a little longer. You clearly pictured his eyes, the way he rubbed his arm when he was nervous, and tried your best to guess what he might do next. It was nice. You liked him. You knew you were supposed to be friends, but you just liked him a lot. You wouldn't be able to stop thinking of him even if you wanted to, and you didn't. Aw, so cute! Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at a whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He always was in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard you arrive or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes met. We'll smile. It was only natural to do that after seeing him. Cove smiled at you, bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun, with his hair gently tousled. Why can't I talk? By the sea breeze, he looked especially charming. He then fully turned around and began to wade through the water over to the shore. We're gonna say nervous. I mean, you hoped he took his time to come over. You were nervous about this. Instead of staring at the shore, you felt like you were on the edge of a cliff. The question of whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion, was in front of you, between leaping into a world of unknown or enjoying the safety of the familiar.
June.
Hey, are you free right now? Not exactly. My mom's taking me to a party tomorrow at the country club. You winced at your abrupt transition to the topic and hoped that Cove wouldn't mind. He'd been known to dive into new and unconnected topics in the middle of conversation after all. Sounds exciting? He was smiling politely, but you could tell that your outing mention hadn't sparked much interest. Your heart, which had lodged itself somewhere in your throat when you'd spotted him, dropped. You stared at him, weighing your options. Cove tilted his head curiously as you fumbled with what to say next. Who better to invite on your first real date than Cove, the only person who could make you giddy with just a smile? Aww. But you were afraid he'd think it was boring, or worse, wouldn't want to go with you as a date. No, we're gonna ask him to go on a date with us. Closing your clammy fist, you swallowed and tried to conjure up the right words. Cove continued to watch you expectantly. It might have been easier to do this right now if he... It might have been easier to do this right now if he was wearing something other than just a swimsuit. We're just gonna be straightforward. We're just gonna... Well, that was kinda cute too. Do you want to go on a date with me? I was going to do this one. Do you want to be my date for the party? But this one... more in general. Okay, we'll do this one. Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. You spoke your thoughts clearly. Caught off guard, he lifted his hands in front of his chest out of surprise, then packed them back down to cross over his chest. He twisted his face to the side, no longer able to meet your eyes. He still couldn't hide the flush on his cheeks.
Oh my god.
Are you serious? I'm as serious as something serious. That's so cute. I'm as serious as something serious. It's very serious is what I'm saying. His lips were pressed tightly together, preventing any more words from slipping out. You could tell that he was nervous, but that was always easy to pick up on with him. After another moment, he inclined his head, dipping it in a nod so slight that you might have missed it had you been able to tear your eyes from him. How do we respond? Honestly, we're just gonna like exhale deeply, I think. Because Yay seems, I don't know, that seems a little too excited. Although we are excited. Thank you's too formal. Nope, we're gonna say yay. Dave closed his eyes, trapped in his awkward pose. He was gripping his arm so tightly that his skin around his knuckles was fully taut. Are you okay? Cove exhaled at last, letting out a sigh that stretched into another tense silence. His stance loosened, his arms stayed crossed over his chest, but he was no longer clutching them like a shield. He didn't want to be the one to break the quiet. Thanks, June. I guess I'm gonna have to tell my dad and mom too. Right. I've gotta let my mom knows you're going. Can you come with me? Yeah. It was a relief that he thought enough to manage speech again. You hoped that by the time you got to your house, he'd be able to manage full sentences once more. Dove went to where he discarded his things in the sand, tugging his shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. It was an action you'd taken together countless times, but your stomach had never churned quite like or quite like this on previous occasions. With the sound of your door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall.
Hello.
Ah, Cove, it's you. What a surprise. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Mrs. Wordweaver, it's nice to see you. So I take it Cove's going to be our guest for tomorrow night? Yep.
Well...
And what kind of outing will it be? Her voice was hesitant but serious. Cove tucked his head down reflexively. You knew that he'd figured out what she was driving at. Oh no. I mean... We might as well just... There's no point in, like, hiding it. We'll just say it's a date. Mom nodded in understanding. She wore a wispy smile. Mom's gonna be thrilled about this. Cove tilted his head back just slightly. He peeked through the longer strands of his hair. Just her, Miss Wordweaver? Even if you've not been able to see his wide, worried eyes, you'd have heard the anxiety in his voice. Your mom sighed and patted him on the arm. Oh, Cove, you're a great kid. Most parents hope that their kids meet such a special person someday. She glanced aside, a wry expression on her face. Someday is the key word there. She turned back to you both. But you just had to move in right across the street at 8 years old. Mom crouched down, shaking her head, and put a hand on each of Cove's shoulders.
Okay.
Cove, I hope you're planning on being very good to June, and I'm not just talking about tomorrow night. She nudged him playfully on the cheek with a fist. Cove, who had been blushing when all this began, was now red as an heirloom tomato. Okay, yeah, I was. Or will? I can't decide if I like this one or if it feels weird. You don't worry, Cove's definitely gonna be good to me. I don't know how I feel about that one. I don't want to put like too much pressure on, but at the same time, we'll just go with you don't have to worry. It was so obvious that he didn't get why your mom bothered to ask. He didn't speak further, his eyes locked down on his shuffling feet as he rubbed the scar in his arm. The redness remained intact. Okay, I put Cove through the ringer enough. The big day isn't even here yet. You wonder if that meant she intended to give a repeat of this performance tomorrow. You were afraid to find out. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She headed off to get the phone, leaving the two of you alone. Cove's eyes darted to you, and he shot you a quick, delicate smile before staring at the ground again. I'm gonna go across the street, talk to my parents. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye, Cove. You retreated from your house's entryway without another word. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alight with visions of tomorrow night. The party was something, but not nearly as exciting as going on your first date. You were thrilled that Cove had actually said yes, that he was your genuine date to the party. You hugged your knees to your chest, overawed by the thought the night couldn't come soon enough. The evening of the soiree had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention at least, but you hadn't settled on that. Ow. Mind me ramming my hand into my keyboard. That was your intention at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. Formal, casual, or wonder what Cove might feel about your outfit. I mean, that's a good thing to take into consideration. But wonder how Cove might feel about your outfit. You couldn't help but consider how he would respond to the way you were dressed. Would he like seeing you dressed all fancy, or would it reinforce the weirdness of the situation? Your mind drifted across the street. Was Cove going through these same steps right now? Staring at his wardrobe and trying to decide what to wear? You had no idea if he would dress up for the occasion himself, or if he'd wear his usual attire. It'd be so much easier if he knew what he was going to do. We want to impress him or want to see you in a new light? We want to impress him. We want to impress Cove. Oh, I guess we'll... I mean, it's a fancy party, so it makes sense that we dress a little nice, so we're gonna go for something formal. You attempt to decide between the nicer pieces of your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because you felt like you had to. You also like dressing up. You're dressing to impress. You ought to put the things you want to use. I mean, valid. You want to make Ma happy. We're dressing to impress. Fashion was a competitive sport, just like the golf tournaments the club hosted. You might not walk out with a trophy at the end, but you still had every intention of winning. To start, you decided to wear a button-down shirt. Crisp shirts were a classic formal look for a reason. They were essentially foolproof. And we're gonna do some nice dress pants. You picked a pair that complemented the color of your top. Your nod was satisfaction. It was a slick look. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you got the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfit. Ma strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handedly. Ooh, so pretty. I love her shawl. I like the colors. And that dress is pretty cool. Anyways. They looked up as you entered.
Oh.
You look so nice, don't you think, Pam?
Thanks.
Thanks for dressing up, June. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom then glanced over at the clock on the wall, seeing where the hands were pointing, a frown creased her face. When's Cove gonna be here, do you know? I'm picking him up from his place. Oh yeah? She raised her eyebrows, a grin replacing the earlier frown. That's very polite of you. Go sweep him off his feet. That's cute. We want to leave in 10 minutes. Okay. Wolf's house Cove's house was mere seconds away from yours, making the warding unnecessary, but you dutifully went out. After crossing the street, you found yourself at Co's very familiar front door. You rang the bell, whose chime was lodged in your head from all the times you've rung it over the years. Though, unlike usual, Co's mom Kira was the one who answered it this night.
Come on.
Hey June, come on in. She beckoned you inside as if she was so excited to see. Wow. She beckoned you inside as if she was so excited to see you that words alone weren't enough. Thanks for coming. The boys will be right down. They're just in Cove's room. I can call them if you want. I'll ask if I can go check.
Well.
You'd probably know better than I do. I'll go. You head down the short hallway towards Cove's room. The door was ajar. Oh, you look so pretty! I mean, I know it's just a black dress shirt, but it's a very nice looking black dress shirt. It's simple, but so nice. Peeking inside, you spotted Cove and his dad staring close together. Cove's usual beach-ready clothes had been replaced with a prim set of formal wear. You smoothed your own clothes. He dressed up too. Now you just had to hope that your careful consideration would pay off and Cove would approve of the look. Mr. Holden was bent over Cove's arm, fiddling with the buttons at the end of the shirt sleeves. He didn't appear to be having much success. You're gonna have such a fun time. Just relax and enjoy the night. It's gonna be great. He continued twisting the buttons without making progress. As he continued insisting how much of a good time Cove was gonna have, you wondered which of them he was trying to reassure. Cove grimaced and spoke in a fragile voice. Dad, can you stop? You're making me nervous. Mr. Holden laughed quietly, still bent over Cove's arm. The pep talk had the opposite effect, with his own anxiety rubbing off on his son. Sorry, this is, well, I don't know. But it's not like you weren't plenty nervous already, without any help from your old dad. Worrying is the only option I was given. Cove was transparently even less happy after that observation. Pulling his sleeve away, he went after the stubborn final button himself. Straightening up, Mr. Holden caught sight of you in the doorway. Grinning, he flashed you a wink.
Hey.
Hey, June. It's great that you came. We'll be out in a minute. Feeling Cove's eyes on you, you hung back a moment. He didn't seem to be able to find words to express whatever it was he was thinking. He didn't seem able to find any words to express what he was thinking, though, so you just nodded and took your leave. You returned to the living room. Kira, nestled on the sofa, perked up at your arrival. How are they getting on? They're coming.
Noted.
Then we're waiting. Take a seat. A short while later, Mr. Holden strolled into the room, giving you a wave. Cove pulled his face into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face faded away. You watched him taking your outfit, swallowing and grinning at you again. Hi, June. Hi, Cove. He opened his mouth to speak more, then paused. Cove checked the time using a clock hanging on the side wall and addressed his parents. We've got to go. Even if there hadn't been time for a real discussion, you felt relieved about the positive reaction. He abruptly headed towards the door.
Come on.
Where's the fire? Is there something you want to do before leaving for the dance? Cove froze, wincing at the call out, while his dad continued to smile encouragingly. Curious, you watched Cove expectantly. It was hard to imagine what. Bleh, I can't talk. It was hard to imagine what he would want to do before heading out, or what you'd have time for. Your mom's warning about not taking too long echoed in the back of your mind.
Come on.
We can do that later. Right? Sorry, forget I said anything. Have a blast, you two. You ducked out, following Cove into the street. Cove sighed, wrapping a hand across his forehead. Seeing the look on your face, he shook his head.
It's okay.
I'm fine, it's nothing. That was good news. You didn't think Cove would get much fun out of a party if you went in already feeling bad. But it didn't explain his action or his dad's teasing question. What was your dad on about? His expression grew pained, his brow creased, and his mouth furrowed as he avoided meeting your eyes. You might have worried if not for the flush color on his face. He's just embarrassed. Cove drew himself up before responding. Dad's been making a big deal out of everything ever since he found out about this. He gestured vaguely between him and you. How I'm dressed, how I should prepare, what was going to happen. He even looked up the precise definition of a soiree in 2 dictionaries, in case one was wrong. That's a lot. He wanted to make sure I would know what to do at one. So after he figured it out, he made sure to tell me about it. He exhaled, smiling sheepishly.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry for complaining, it's not your fault. It's not really his fault either. It's okay. Thanks. I was trying to get somewhere with that. Both my dad and mom insisted that, since this is, He paused, pushing the hair back from his burning face, and forced himself to continue. It's a date, and kind of a fancy party. I need to bring something. For you, for inviting me. The conclusion of the story caught you by surprise. You blinked, unsure if you'd slacked too much on your own preparations for tonight. You got me a present?
That's,
Not really, just this. Cove reached behind himself to take something out of a back pocket. His hand returned to view with him holding a single small rose by the stem. So cute! I love roses. Cove threw his gaze to the floor, shyly inching his hand closer to you. It's my favorite. He twitched ever so slightly. Was that on purpose? You remembered my favorite flower and got one for me. His voice cracked under the strain of being confronted on what he had done. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, so cute! Oh, wonderful. Yeah. He sputtered a weak laugh out of sheer anxiousness rather than humor.
I mean...
I'm not... You're the one who... Aw, no, I think you are. So cute! Ah. He did have it in him to continue this conversation, even if that meant not being able to refute your assessment. Then you accepted the flower from him. Cove straightened himself out in response. Oh, we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Right, we better hurry. You returned home, Cove in tow. Your mom's welcomed you back. You'd expected them to pile you back outside immediately, but their urge was momentarily stifled as they caught sight of the flower clasped in your hand. Thankfully, other than sharing an infatuatingly knowing smile, they took it in stride and didn't say anything. Mom's smug look vanished as she caught sight of the clock. Purpose remembered, your moms whisked you out once more into the car and off to your destination. Pulled up at the country club. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its light, sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons, contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up the instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents rounded on you in Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Have fun.
We'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
Cove waved your moms off. Once they'd retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. What now? It wasn't it wasn't a question, but a plea for help. You could tell that he definitely didn't know what to do with himself in this situation. We'll have to wait for some things to start, like the band, but there's still stuff going on already. Cove pricked up at that.
Really?
Oh? Do you want to do any of those? Whatever they are? Let's do snacks, because I mean, taking a seat to relax is nice, but I feel like the distractions of snacks would help kind of calm the nerves a little more instead of just going straight to sitting. Yeah, we'll check out the snacks. We can go eat some food now, even the music hasn't started yet.
Oh?
That's okay. It's not too soon. We'll do no one will mind. Okay. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they left the kitchens. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from. Just from the level of care with which it was presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cove stared at one plate, then another, confused.
Maybe?
I think I know some of this. We'll just do this as good. Is it? Yeah. You picked one of the nearby morsels up and presented it in front of Cove to observe. It looks like a slice of the world's smallest loaf of bread with stuff on top. It has to be small, so you've got room to try lots of different things. Cove's eyes were wide as you guided him through what was on offer. It made you feel sophisticated. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a march. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. I'm gonna try it. He picked up a plate and took one appetizer, then another, and another. Soon you realized he was taking one of every single type. You're taking everything? Uh-huh. Why not? We're gonna join him in sampling everything. You might be stuffed afterwards, but that was a problem for your future self. Right now, you are gonna enjoy the feast to the full. That's a pretty good way to handle it. Cove nibbled his way through everything the Cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwed up his face, and rushed to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet these bad experiences didn't stop him from plowing on and moving on to the next snack with an open mind. There were There were some foods he was neutral about, dismissing them with a shrug, but best of all were his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Each time caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from wary curiosity to skeptical interest before making way for astonished enjoyment. Oh, look at yourself smile. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time, just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. You thought that was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, we I mean, we've already eaten quite a lot, but let's move on to something else. Yeah, now we're gonna go sit down and relax. We should pick out a table. Okay. You found a place to sit at the edge of the party area, where it was quieter with fewer people bustling about. You pulled out a chair and sat down. Cove, already seated, was stretching. These clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed his arm at the elbow, frowning before twisting it back behind him. Yeah?
Aww.
My arms can't move the same as normal. Like I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. Are we sympathetic, or do we say that it suits him? Well, okay, no. I don't think it suits him. He looks nice in it, but that's not the same as it suiting him. So we'll say yeah, it's the worst. Wait, why do they make it like this? He toyed with one cuff of his shirt, wedging a finger between the fabric and his skin. Watching him struggling against his clothes, you thought back to how apprehensive you've been about selecting your outfit. We're gonna do. I had a really hard time choosing what I was gonna wear. You did? I can't see you looking bad no matter what, but I know what you mean. Cove breezed past the high price he had casually given and looked forlornly down at his outfit. I felt really weird doing something for this too. Did your moms tell you what to wear? No, Ma just told me that it was a fancy sort of thing. That's nice. He settled down in his seat just a bit. Now that you had a spot of your own, we're gonna stay chatting with Cove at the table. In no time at all, the sun set in full. The lights faded in and the opening notes of the band's first song rang out. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. The first steps were being taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager. And even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. We're definitely not going to go see what the moms are up to. Do we ask Cove to dance, or do we watch the band for a bit? Let's watch the band. You and Cove had found a spot on the side of the simple stage that had been set up for the party. There you were, tucked out of the way, and the dance. Wow. There you were, tucked out of the way of the dance floor, while still enjoying an excellent view of the band. You got in there in time to watch them from the start of the song, their expressions solemn as they teased notes from the strings of their instruments. Cove was entranced, nodding his head along with the music. Catching you watching him, he smiled sheepishly.
Not bad.
Cool. Yeah, you enjoyed the performance too. Yeah, this is great. We'll ask him his thoughts on it. Your eyes drifted back to Cove. What do you like about this music? I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of hard to believe people are making this music by performing on an instrument. How does it just work like that? How does it all come together? The band began playing their next song. Cove was enraptured once more, his head tilted curiously as he watched the musicians wield the instruments. During a particularly beautiful solo, he even closed his eyes, focusing on nothing but the music. But after a couple songs, it was decided that you'd watch the band enough. Now we'll ask Cove to dance. Or we let Cove lead. No, we're gonna ask Cove to dance. This one's so formal. Cove, can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? That might be a little formal for... No, it could work. I'd like to dance with you if that's okay. That's a good one. Would you like to dance maybe? Nah, I think I'll do this one. I'd like to dance with you, if that's okay. Yeah. Really? He blurted the word out without thinking, then clamped a hand over his mouth before anything else could slip out. Really? Cove sucked a deep breath, as if trying to inhale confidence as well as oxygen into his lungs. He gave a single serious nod before holding a trembling hand out towards you. No, we have to be confident. Like, we don't need both be nervous, so we'll at least, act confident. You were at ease with Cove and had nothing to fear from a dance. Quite the contrary. You stood tall, ready to make an impression. You took Cove's outstretched hand. His skin was hot and damp. You squeezed it, giving him a reassuring smile, and together you carefully made your way onto the dance floor. You took your places standing before each other, hands still entwined. Frowning, Cove assessed the situation, trying to puzzle it out like a math problem, before putting his remaining free hand on your shoulder. To reposition his hand to your waist, are you happy with that? We'll go with you're happy with that. Cove was comfortable with his stance, and the arrangement was good for you too. You were eye to eye with him now. At this distance, there was little else to look at other than those aquamarine irises. The music had begun. You both moved, eagerly trying to catch up to it, but your feet took you in opposite directions. Fumbling, the two of you shuffled from side to side, attempting to mirror each other's movements, but always winding up at odds. Well, that's kind of cute. It was difficult. Cove was struggling just to coordinate his own limbs to the rhythm, let alone matching your movements. When Cove's foot ghost over yours, it was decided to be safest for everyone if you simply swayed to the tune. You rooted yourself to the floor, your torso gently moving to the sounds. Gratefully, Cove kept his movements small and subtle in the same way. You were distinctly aware that almost all the other dancing couples were men paired with women, unlike you and Cove. Again, we're being confident here, because, Cove's nervous enough. And so we are going to be the confident ones. It does not bother you. This was a welcoming environment. Your two moms wouldn't be members otherwise. Good point. There's also that. Not being the majority didn't mean there was any problem with it. Your confidence spilled over onto Cove. Good, that was one of the goals. He tried to be less timid in his demeanor, though it didn't improve his dancing, it didn't make it worse, and you hope that it meant he was having a better time. All was fine for a little while. You weren't going to win any dancing accolades with Cove, but that didn't matter when you were treasuring just being so close to him. Cove stepped out of sync with the music, knocking against you. He flinched back, nearly pulling you over in the process. You took a hand from him and held it up, halting proceedings so you could both get your bearings once more. Okay, more dancing sorry than I thought. We'll do it's okay. Instead of fully accepting the reassurance, Cove looked off. Thanks. When you took Cove's hand once more and gingerly resumed swaying to the music, Cove reluctantly followed suit. His steps small and apprehensive, he mumbled something quietly. This is a long song. You weren't sure how to take that, whether it meant that something was wrong or if Cove didn't really like dancing, or if he didn't like dancing with you specifically. It made the last couple of minutes of the songs uncomfortable, as you weighed up to what to do and what to say to Cove. When the musicians laid their instruments down, Cove dropped your hands as if they were burning him. He trailed off the dance floor as quickly as he could without breaking into an outright run. Oh no, baby! In truth, you'd bet even that was faster than most people here could manage, and you had difficulty trailing behind him before he could get lost in the crowd. When you caught up, he said nothing. You tried to get him into doing something else, but eliciting anything from him was now impossible. You focused over Cove, wondering how he was finding the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming. With how far away his eyes seemed, whatever he was searching for couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you before you could say anything. I want to sit down. We can do that. Cove began to move, and you instinctively followed him. Yet, instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables as you expected, Cove ignored them as he purposely strode out of the party area. Where are you going? Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward out onto the greens of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot. The clods of earth dislodging in games of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet, even in daylight. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have had any difficulty traversing the uneven land. Aww, so pretty. He settled down on one of the little hills of the golf course. You joined him, still unsure over what was going on. I will ask what's wrong. Cove started, as if he'd acted on instinct and your question had brought him around to reality again.
Sorry.
Oh, you're so pretty. And it's okay. You can go back to the party. I am not leaving you out here to go back to the party. You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. And yeah. I'm not going to leave you here, and I'm not going to drag you back if you don't want to. Oh, thanks. Now that Cove was more at ease, you tried to find out what had caused him to take flight in the first place. Even thinking the words pained you, but you had to know the answer. Did going to the party with me make you uncomfortable? Logically, you knew that this was like the activity rather than your company. Your heart strained with the worry that you'd been at fault, though. Was it because I made you dance? His abrupt departure from that was another indicator that something had gone awry. No, he shook his head emphatically. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. Relief overcame you. You suspected as much, but with this being your very first date, it was hard to be sure. You've attempted to fill in the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back into the party. I just feel ready to go home. To your home planet? No. Should we say I'm sorry I'm not having fun anymore, or should I get my mom's? We'll say I'm sorry I'm not having fun anymore. Phil stared off and his words felt just as distant. It's okay. Phil sat there quietly, gazing out into the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortably warm wind rustled between you, tousling his hair. It was so far away from the hubbub of the party, you could even make out the quiet sound of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? Obviously. Of course I do, or how could I forget? We'll do of course I do. You liked him from that very first day. So weird. That was a long time ago. Or that was a long time ago now. You thought back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. That had been late too, on a clear night like today. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars that you were looking down were the same ones as then. Cove's face was brighter, though you could still see signs of the strain that had caused him to depart from the party. When he'd first sat down, he had curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest, and arms wrapped around them. He'd unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, his hands free to escalate. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world, away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. The small smile that had crept on his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. I can't believe I'm on a date. I can't believe in a good way or a bad way. Phil followed up on that statement before he could react. He spoke in a distinctly whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to do it, because, I don't know. It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. Aw, baby. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of the class, even though it was just me and you doing something, like we always do. He charged on, his words streaming out. I still could do it because thinking about not being there... I still could do it because thinking about not being there and you and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, June. I'm sorry I can't just deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. No, you're fine. It's all good. Um. Uh, I don't want to do this one because I want to make him feel worse. I don't want you to be here if you don't want to be here. Let's just go with you. Don't need to apologize. And then we'll take his hand. His skin was cool to touch, his fingers coiled delicately around yours. He finally moved his head to look you straight on, eyes meeting yours.
Jun.
Thanks for inviting me. You stared back at him, not comprehending. But did it make you feel bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did, when I had to think about how I was actually doing it. But getting to hear that you wanted me to come made me feel good. Oh, it's so precious! He flushed and had to break the fragile eye He flushed and had to break the fragile eye contact.
I mean,
I want to keep doing things with you, no matter what, even if I feel weird sometimes. Oh, I don't want to stop being there. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. Oh, that's so cute. Because when I do whatever it is for real and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. It always does. Oh, that's precious. You felt a tug at your hand and found Cove in the process of standing up. You joined him on your feet. And you tilted your head in an unspoken question. Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off the side of his pants.
wanna dance with me?
Oh no, that's just too precious. Yes, Cove. Ah! You already danced with me. I did think you had a good time. It's a dance party, right? And I think held off, brows furrowed as he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued. I think I want to dance with you again before it's over. With the words, with the only words he had to explain gone, he just held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. Obviously, we're gonna dance with him. Yes, I want to dance with you too. Then you reached for his hand and took it in yours once more. He bit his lip as your fingers entwined together, his cheeks reddening. You returned hand in hand, with the party reaching the end. With the party reaching the end of a long evening, dancing couples had become scarce. One pair amongst many were hard to notice, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipated crowd. This time, there was a spring in his step as you walked on the dance floor together. Aww. Cove kept hold of the hand you had given him back on the little hill. You rested the other on your shoulder. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With the song in progress before you stepped out to dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. The same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form. Taking that as your starting point, you cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. You danced I can't talk. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened on you. Unlike before, when he had nervously looked down at his feet as if trying to keep them in check, his eyes were steady. He'd even allow himself to be shaken when your knees knocked against each other, and you both briefly fumbled your steps. Instead he chuckled, and it was as soft as the roll of the morning tide, his lips curled in a shy crescent. He had been drifting into a dreamlike state, but that expression, one that you'd never seen before, pinned you back to reality. Your heart was caught in a clip. Your heart was caught. I can't read. Okay. Your heart was caught in a clinch, held tight and yet straining with the effort of thumping harder than it had after any amount of physical exertion. As if in response, his hand began to hold yours with increased strength. He pulled you ever so slightly more towards him. Thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over. Thoughts about. I can read. Okay. Thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over eased, and the both of you were able to simply have this dance. Time fell away as you took in the small moment. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contentedly for some time more. You stilled, one hand of yours in his. Cove showed no signs of moving either. It was hard to let go. Aww. You heard your name called out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you and Cove. Beside her, Ma was shaking her head.
Sorry.
Time to go home. It's time to go home, Lonnie. I had to get a hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do? Sneak up on them? Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you'd been when she'd announced her arrival. Cove looked so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time, you didn't think he'd stop until he was out of the grounds. Despite Cove's reaction to the scene with your moms, to you it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You were so glad you got a chance to dance with Cove once more before the night was over. It definitely was over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cove. The two of you marched wordlessly to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house.
So?
That was quite a night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Ma was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick.
Well?
And how was your very first date? Please don't start on them already. It technically hasn't even ended yet. Fine. Good. Well, we'd better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing.
Pam.
You swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. Cove's head was angled away from you. As you watched, wondering what he was looking at, he came around and met your gaze. It was strange. Though it had only been a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, where dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play, towards something new that you hadn't yet grasped. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved that thought for another time as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove trailed after them, you felt childlike once more. Aww, that was so cute. Yay, first date with Cove. And it went relatively well. About as well as could be expected. Okay, and that is a good place to end stream for today. So let me up over here. Yeah, that was good. I love this game so much. But yeah, so that's all from me for today. I will be back tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. Pacific time, and then we'll be doing Stardew Valley. So very chill, cozy, relaxing little stream. Should be fun. And now I'm gonna go make lunch because I need food. Anyways, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for the follows. It means a lot. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great however long until I see you again. Until next time, bye bye.